Muss mich konzentrieren.
Sofort.
Konzentration. Ich hab was gesehen. Immer mit der Ruhe. Ist da jemand? Das kann ich nicht.
Verdammt, ich brauche Deckung. Ich muss nach oben. Ich hab was gesehen. Konzentration.
Mikhail.
Yeah. Sometime tonight. Oh, I wish you'd have put that out. I don't know. Probably. This too. I can't work out how to get when the heater's on hot, how to get the fan on full force. It's got something about. Can you just have a read and see what you work out of it?
Yeah.
It says, yeah, press that and the gun should go from that up to that. Well, it does on the coal, but not on the heat, and work it out. Sometimes when you're sitting there doing nothing, right? What's that on there? Green.
Oh.
Don't do it now. I'm not putting it on now.
Oh.
Where the hell was he?
Konzentration.
Aber natürlich.
Ist da jemand? Ich hatte keine Angst. Niemals. Muss mich konzentrieren. Muss mich konzentrieren.
They had an emotional hug. They blew off the pyro. Cody left. Cena's getting the thank you, Cena. And the music plays, and here comes Brock Lesnar. And Michael Cole. Well, holy shit. Michael Cole did do they even put a camera on him and showed it on Twitter when it was like he had seen the second coming of Woolly Mammoth. That he never dreamed that Brock Lesnar would be there. And the crowd went absolutely batshit because it's another star.
On we go with SummerSlam.
Yes. The Intercontinental title, lady.
Lady.
The Intercontinental title was on the line next with AJ Styles and Dominic Mysterio. This is my favorite thing all night. It's the only regular one-on-one match with regular rules that didn't involve furniture. They went 100 miles an hour for a lot of it, but the work was great. The action, Dominic has heat. I'm not sure if it was worth waiting 2 hours and 15 minutes into this show for. I think it's more like a TV main event. But it's at the same time, it was both the best match of the night to that point and the least important. So Dominic pulled the pad off. The referee turned his back to put it on. Dominic got a chair, tossed it to AJ, and took a bump. The old Eddie deal. So AJ put it around his own neck and fell down. And the referee turned around and said, I just keep wrestling. And AJ got the calf crusher and pulled Dominic's boot off and swung, and Dominic ducked, and the referee ducked too, and Dominic hit AJ with his boot that he had taken off and splashed him 1, 2, 3. It wasn't offensive. It was a show of athleticism. The personalities were over. The only fucking regular match on the show, and it meant absolutely nothing. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it was good. I'm a big fan of Dominic. I thought him and AJ worked well together. They had a good promo back and forth, or at least AJ had an interesting promo on the post show. So maybe this isn't over, but a good match.
But that's
Dominic's the most improved wrestler of the last decade. From
yeah,
where we saw him to where he
he's-
is to where he could possibly go in the future. He's still young.
But that's the problem, is they have one legitimate wrestling match on the show, and it's given the least amount of promotion, made the least important, and given the least amount of time. I could have watched them for another 5 minutes or so if I had to, rather than seeing some more of these fucking dipshits falling through tables. And then, speaking of time, an hour and 50 minutes into this show, that is the Sunday night show, we've had 3 matches. All of them were no DQ. 2 of them were girls' matches, and 1 of them was a 16, 12-man garbage match with the preliminary guys. How is this fucking SummerSlam?
Plus lots of commercials. There's lots of great movies coming to a theater near you at some point in the future, and you can find out all about them on SummerSlam. Brought
Yes,
to you by Drumstick.
in between the travelogues and the chicken commercials.
Drumstick. Just don't call us ice cream. Legally, you're
Well,
not
no.
allowed to call us ice cream.
When you said drumstick, I was thinking about Wingstop, because there's all kinds of chicken being eaten up. I got hungry.
Hey, Papa John's, too, all over this thing. Just nonstop commercials. And again, we all want to make money. We all have commercials in our content, but it's a step beyond the WWE right now. Every table has Slim Jim on it.
Oh, and every time that they pulled out another one of those Slim Jim tables in the main event, I'm like, how fucking hokey is this gotten? It's bad. We'll get there in a minute. Let's go to the cage match for the United States title. This would be match number 4, all of them, with no disqualification ruling. And now we got a cage, Jacob Fatu and Solo. I think this brought it out, what we were talking about. Jacob Fatu is amazing. He's got charisma, people like him. But the drawbacks of the matches with Solo, it's like Solo is too similar style, but not as good. Because they have similar styles and they're in the family, they're related. They also have kind of the same drawbacks, and Solo's drawbacks kind of, to me, point out Jacob's drawbacks in some of his work. They don't have a good match. Solo is not over to the level that he was in the group originally, when the group was still somewhat the same group, instead of now the Tongan embassy has taken over. And they did the escape to cage rules. Under 10 minutes, it was already dragging. It was not a good cage match. Brian, am I being too critical? I love Jacob Fatu.
No, I don't think it was very good. Again, the fans weren't super into it. In terms of the Solo reaction, remember a couple of years ago, all he had to do was put his thumb in the air and people would scream. They don't react to the thumb at all anymore.
Yeah. They give the thumb the finger.
And then the faction, I've always liked Jeff Cobb, but the faction, Tonga Loa, Jeff Cobb, JC Mateo, and Hikuleo, or I'm saying everyone's other name, or Tala Tonga. It just seems like a step below, or it just doesn't seem like you should care. I don't know.
Great value, Timu.
And then Jimmy Uso get involved in this too. I mean, it's like all of these guys are all involved in stuff together. It would probably help everyone to work with other people.
Yeah. And and unfortunately, I don't see that happening by this finish, because Jacob did a couple of moonsaults, and then all the Samoan Stooges or the Tongan Stooges came to the ring, and Jimmy came down to fight the Tongas, but taller Tonga threw Jimmy over the desk, and Solo hit the spike, got a 2 count, climbed up to the top, I guess like he was going to leave, when he spiked Jacob, got a 2 count, but Jacob is still selling, so instead of just walking over to the door, he said, I'll climb over the top. Which is another thing I've always hated about the WWF cage matches. It's just nonsensical. But nevertheless, Jacob went after him, Solo dropped down, and Tonga Loa climbed up and came over the top of the cage. And he's in the ring while Taller got handcuffs and cuffed Jacob to the top of the cage. And then I'm thinking, the referee's seeing this other guy in the ring, there's no DQ. But then also, by the way, female referee in a cage match with 2 300-pound Samoans. How dangerous can it be? That destroys the visual. I'm sorry. Does anybody even see that anymore? How ridiculous that looks.
I think they've trained people not to think about it.
Can you see a female referee to a goddamn cage match in Greensboro in 1979 between Ric Flair and Blackjack Mulligan?
Who's the female?
Anybody?
I can see like Stella Mae French doing it.
Well, Stella.
And so could you. And so could you. It's
Stella Mae wasn't available. She was working at the dry cleaners in Irving. I told you that, right?
You did, yeah.
She was my dry cleaner. Anyway, so Solo crawled to the door, and JC, whatever, opened it, but Jacob Fatu broke the cuffs, which they missed the shot of. replayed it later. Jacob caught him, and here came old Taller and gave the cage door a big boot, which flew into Jacob's head. He had momentarily earlier in the match done a deal where Solo ran him headfirst into the cage, and he no-sold it because of his hard head. And the frame didn't hit him like they did in the famous, Michael Hayes slams the door on Kerry Von Erich's head in Reunion Arena Christmas night. The wire hit him, and he took a big bump, and Solo dropped to the floor. Not good. Too gimmicked up for no reason, and they need to get Jacob away from Solo, but now Jacob's got to beat him first. So that was that.
Yes, it was, and we're moving on. For that,
I'm telling you.
For that, the cage hung up above the ring for 2 nights of SummerSlam.
Yes, for 10 minutes of blah. But if that Taller Tonga had a big old fucking head with a goddamn giant Cro-Magnon brow, that finish would have got over. As it was, he looked like a goddamn member of a boy band's head stuck on a goddamn giant's body. It's a little teeny. It needs to be big and bucket-sized.
Well, would a mask help? I mean, you can't do it now. You can't put...
No, then he'd look like Jerry Stubbs when he was Mr. Olympia. They used to call him P-Head because he was a big, jacked-up bodybuilder with his huge arms and his huge chest, and when he put a mask on, he was bald anyway. It made his head look like it's a little goddamn pea sitting on top of these boulder shoulders. Old Taller Tonga would look like even more like a... Well, you know something, Brian? At least now we didn't have to watch a 3-way on second. We had to watch a 6-way with 12 guys. Did you watch this thing?
Oh, yeah. I thought it was the highlight of night 2.
Tables, ladders, chairs, and horse with all 6 of the mid-card teams that fight for the tag team title with no disqualification. And I saw the highlights. How many tables did they break? Was there any way to estimate? Or do you remember it happened over and over?
More than carrying Cross's bumps, less than a fortnight. I don't know.
So they climbed a bunch of ladders. They fell through a bunch of tables. Everybody almost broke their fucking neck. And what was the best bump of the whole match, Brian?
Ooh, there were a couple of really, really good ones. The Angelo Dawkins one was good. The one you probably would have enjoyed the most was Candice LeRae going from on top of the biggest ladder in the ring to the floor through a ladder, arm first. That was probably the one that people will be talking about, maybe.
Yeah, did she get up and walk away?
I have to say, this match was more entertaining than I thought it would be. I got really into it. Andrade and Rey Fenix, I think it looked like they could win at one point. Motor City Machine Guns have really annoying music when they come out, so I'm glad they don't win. Gargano and Ciampa and Candice LeRae did their damnedest to cripple each other. I think they're okay. The Bray Wyatt group, or not the, what are they? The Wyatt Six of Dexter Lumis and Joe Gacy. They won. And it was a lot of fun. They introduced the Hardys and the Dudleys before the match. 2 of the 3 tag teams in the match that put TLC matches on the wrestling radar.
So we know who to blame then for this horseshit.
One team couldn't be there. They'll be on Dynamite.
Well, who couldn't be there? What would be more important in their schedule?
Edge and Christian? I'm not sure, but apparently the Dudleys and the Hardys will be wrestling in TNA. Having a reunion match or an anniversary match or a last match, something.
Yeah. Well, this thing went about 30 minutes. Who won? You remembered a couple of the bumps? You remember who won?
I said that, the Wyatt Six.
Oh, did they win? I didn't pay attention, like the match.
You know what? I like the Street Profits more and more, and the more I like them, the more they lose and never win. but there's something that could still be done with them. The rest of the tag teams are there to have big bumps and do big spots because those tag team matches kill the crowds when we watch SmackDown. You know, they never get big reactions to DIY and Motor City Machine Guns, no matter how talented anyone in the match is.
Well, I knew I wasn't going to sit down and try to watch this and in any way keep track of it because it would give me such a bad taste in my mouth after they finished taking every bump known to man and breaking every piece of furniture that I wouldn't want to see any of the rest of this show, and there was still the majority of the show left.
Vorsichtig!
Sucht überall! Findet ihn, verdammt!
country's most infamous serial killers has been granted parole. Now 45 years old, James Valsakis was the youngest of four involved in South Australia's notorious bodies in the barrels murder.
This dude and three of his friends brutally murdered 12 people and put them into barrels, and now y'all are just gonna let them back out on the streets? Like, I understand that most people are just hella pussy these days, but y'all can't even work up the guts to have a natural life sentence if you can't do the death penalty. And look, my whole life is a second chance right now. I'm about second chances for people for acceptable shit. But murdering 12 people? There's no way, homie. What are you fucking doing? What do y'all think? Let me know down in the comments.
The country's most infamous serial killers has been granted parole. Now 45 years old, James Valsakis was the youngest of four involved in South.
Yep.
Are you?
No.
You do lock up, all
Yeah.
I'm so excited to give it to you.
Yeah, you didn't need to do that.
Yes, I did.
Charlotte, we're just tag team partners. No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Charlotte, I'm scared.
Oh my gosh, you know what? I'll open it. Wait, did you remember what you gave me 4 years ago? Oh, it's Lily.
Aw, Lily.
Lily has a We're Not Friends t-shirt.
Oh, we match. Isn't it cute?
Okay, and since we're tag partners, I thought Lily needed a tag partner as well. I know. It was a present that I kept, even if it was really ugly, but it all worked out. Charlie. I know it's really ugly, but it's the sentiment that counts.
Charlotte.
Look. Charlie, look, we're tag partners, they're tag partners, we're not friends, they're not friends.
Charlotte.
You know I shouldn't have.
Thank you.
You know what? I appreciate that. I'm so excited to give it to you.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, he's huge. This is right around the corner from my house. Oh my gosh. Fresh details have been released on triple murderer Erin Patterson, including allegations she tried to poison her ex-husband on 3 occasions. Let's go live to Today Melbourne reporter Kiara Parker. Kiara, these are some details that the jury didn't hear.
Yeah, that was part of the bombshell evidence that was kept secret from the jury, aired during pre-trial proceedings, but thrown out after days of legal arguments, including the alleged poisonings of her ex-husband, Simon Patterson, on 3 separate occasions across 2021 and 2022, a year before the lethal lunch. He was so ill he ended up in hospital, but his gut illnesses weren't consistent with dead cat mushroom poisonings. The prosecution ended up dropping those attempted murder charges on the eve of the trial. The jury also didn't know about a cat post Erin Patterson made on Facebook, where she said her cat had eaten a mushroom and vomited, but it's understood she never owned a cat, and it's claimed she was fishing for information about how poisonous the mushrooms were. The jury also didn't know that she made a second trip to the tip. We know she disposed of her dehydrator afterwards, but it's now been revealed on the day of the lethal lunch, not long after her guests had left, she went to the tip. There's security vision of her there, but it's not known at that time exactly what was thrown out, so it was ruled inadmissible. A week after the lunch at her Leongatha home, where she served those beef Wellingtons to her relatives, she was interviewed by police, where she lied about foraging. Video of that interview has now been released. Take a look.
Something you've done in the past, foraging for looking on that, you able to take on driving to
After that massive trial in Morwell, the 50-year-old who is yet to be sentenced after being found guilty of 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. Lizzie, Kiara Parker there in Melbourne.
And it's a trial that certainly captured the attention of Australia and the world. Mother of 2, Erin Patterson found guilty of triple murder and 1 attempted murder after a family lunch in 2023.
Yeah, a month after the verdict and the bombshells keep coming, new allegations into the case have emerged. After the Supreme Court lifted its suppression order, and for more, we're joined by criminologist from Central Queensland University, Dr. Xanthi Mallett. Xanthi, good to see you. Some of these allegations extraordinary. It's alleged she tried to kill her ex-husband at least 3 times before.
Absolutely. Good morning. Yes, over a protracted period of time in 2020 and 2021, over a year before the fateful lunch, Simon has claimed that he was fearful that he was attempted to be murdered a number of times via poisoning.
Why was this info withheld from the jury?
Well, the alleged attempted murders on Simon Patterson were separated into a separate trial, and they were going to run after the murder trial. But they were actually dropped on the eve before the trial began for the murders. And so if the jury had heard about those, the judge felt that it would be potentially prejudicial against her and ultimately unfair.
I'm sure the jury would be taking it in today, thinking, wow, we did come to the right verdict. Xanthi, she also went to the tip on the day of the lunch itself.
She did, but we don't know actually what she disposed of at the tip. Around 45 minutes after her guests left, she was caught on video at the tip, disposing at least some cardboard, but we don't know what other evidence. So that was also suppressed because we could potentially assume something, suspicious was dumped at the tip that day, but we just don't know, and the police couldn't demonstrate what it was, so that was also withheld.
Also interesting to note the jury wasn't allowed to know that she was in custody during the trial. Again, why was that?
Yeah. Yes, well, the jury was not allowed to know anything that made it look like she was guilty. So if she turned up in a prison van every morning for the trial, that would have given them the impression that she was guilty. So the court was very sure to protect her from that, to make sure she had a fair trial.
Xanthi, sentencing will happen for Erin Patterson at the end of the month. Are we likely to see any more information emerge about this case?
I think we are. Simon Patterson has already said that he wants to share his story, be that in a book or documentary. We don't know yet. Maybe few big interviews that he'll do because he wants to say what happened from his perspective. So I imagine there's still going to be a lot more information to come in this case.
Xanthi, I feel like it's still captivating the country. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
It always bothered me that as much traffic was on that intersection, nobody saw anything.
To the west is a bank. Caddy corner is the McDonald's. If you're gonna rob someplace, I would think somewhere other than a day-old bread store, we could literally walk in at that time and buy 3 loaves of bread for $1, and then not even take all the money in the register.
You don't get double homicide without a reason usually. And that's what's so hard about this case, is the motive is not clear. There's a bank on that intersection, Applebee's is on that intersection, and then Dolly Madison was on that intersection.
The bodies of 2 women found Wednesday night at the Dolly Madison Bakery, 24-year-old Mandy Alexander and 79-year-old Mary Drake.
This is a small town encased in bubble wrap. We don't have huge double homicides every day.
It was embarrassing for my department and me not to have that crime solved. And it still is.
Was there DNA? Is my question. Was there DNA left behind from this person?
So is this blood back here? That's not blood. They can't.
Listen, it was 360 degrees from what you're seeing right there. Somebody may have very well seen what happened and may very well know who it was, or at least have a description.
Erin Patterson sits opposite detectives in an interview room.
I love them.
A week after serving poisoned beef Wellingtons to 4 relatives.
We're trying to understand what has made it so ill. All of us the other who can honestly, we're trying to understand why you're not that ill.
The Supreme Court today releasing Patterson's police interview, a month after a jury rejected the triple murderer's claims the fatal lunch was a tragic accident. In the interview, lead investigator Stephen Eppingstall tells her all 4 guests' livers have failed. Heather Wilkinson and Gail Patterson have died. Dom Patterson has had a liver transplant, and Ian Wilkinson is gravely ill.
I've been very, very helpful with the health department through the week because I want to help that side of things as much as possible because I do want to know what happened.
Patterson lying to police.
Is that something you've done in the past already for doing that?
And recounting the moment a doctor told her he suspected death cap mushroom poisoning.
He said something along the lines of, we've got a concern that they death cap mushrooms. And I said, what? And he said, yeah, that's what we think they're being.
The court today also lifting restrictions on other details kept from the jury during the marathon 2-month trial. Jurors were shown security vision of Erin dumping a dehydrator at a local transfer station 4 days after the lunch, but they weren't told of another visit, allegedly on the 29th of July 2023, the day of the lunch. Also revealed today, police had alleged they found multiple documents relating to poisons on Erin's computers, including one named Some Common Homicidal Poisons. Erin Patterson is next in court for a 2-day plea hearing in Melbourne later this month, with the court expected to hear a large volume of victim impact statements. Her lawyers have not yet indicated whether she intends to appeal. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Melbourne.
Hello, I'm Ali Langdon. Welcome to A Current Affair. Beef Wellington will forever mean more to us than just a fancy dinner option. It's what Erin Patterson used to kill 3 people. But it's claimed death cat mushrooms weren't the cook's only weapon of choice. We can finally reveal allegations. There were plenty more recipes in her arsenal.
6 I hate it, but I still have a relationship with his parents. I love him.
The chilling words of a lying monster.
But if we're decent people that have never done anything with me.
Saturday, August 5, 2023. Exactly a week after she dished up her fatal feast, Erin Patterson is about to serve homicide detectives a smorgasbord of lies.
Would you please state your full name and address for me?
Erin Tree Patterson.
Alright. Erin, I tell you today that two people,
At this point, Don is still in hospital, fighting for life.
Heather passed away.
Watch again Erin's callous attempt at acting like she's devastated.
We just want to understand why they understand that we're interviewing you today.
Yeah, I do. But I'm sure you understand too that I've never been in a situation like this before, and I've been very, very helpful with my health department through the week because I wanted to help that side of things as much as possible because I do want to know what happened.
She doesn't know it, but Erin Patterson is their prime suspect.
Obviously, we've got concern in relation to the mushrooms and where they've come from. Is that something you've done in the past, foraging for mushrooms? Ever?
That would be the first lie Erin would tell police in an elaborate, calculated con.
Did you ever dehydrate it or that?
Erin feigns love for her estranged husband Simon's family, who days earlier she so heartlessly watched as they died at her table and ate her poison.
I'd like to understand why you ate parents and young enough over for lunch.
So I've got another family. Are there? I've been left. I've always been really good to them. And I want to maintain those relationships with them. In spite of what's happened with Simon. I love them a lot. And Ian and Heather were some of the best people I've ever met.
2 days after her police interview, Erin Patterson gives her only television interview to a current affair. It's like she wrote a script.
I never did anything wrong to them. I've never done anything wrong to them. It's good and kind to me. I've always been really good to me.
Once that 2 days after lunch, you went to the main Gabba hospital. Explain why you went there.
Yeah, because I just like to think I can't even a couple of days to say I like that I was really keep the drink. And they said, we want to admit him and send you to Melbourne.
You were at home present when you did a search warrant today. Alright. I know you were watching everyone at all the time.
Erin's charade is about to be blown wide open.
It's in part of your instruction manual for somebody who's allowed to electronic dehydrator. What does that explain? You know, you get a dehydrator. You own a dehydrator?
No.
Days earlier, she foolishly dumped the dehydrator at the tip, and she wasn't only caught on camera, she forgot to remove the instruction manual. Earlier that day, at her dining room table, the same one she used to serve her lethal lunch, Erin's asked by detectives for her phone during a raid on her home.
Is there a pin code on your phone?
Yeah.
Do you know what it is?
It's either 1315 or 131528. I can't remember which one.
But police claim this is a dummy phone, with her main mobile never recovered.
Any questions? Eric, Uber at the time is now 5:30 p.m. for mileage. All right, I'm going to suspend the interview for now.
Erin Patterson is eventually charged and convicted of 3 murders. But key evidence was kept secret from the jury and the public until now. The most explosive claims she tried to kill her estranged husband Simon multiple times before with sabotage dishes. It began with penne bolognese Erin cooked Simon in 2021.
She encouraged me to eat. I felt encouraged to have tea and not wait too late.
He was hospitalised with gastro-like symptoms, then a curry the next year and a veggie wrap 4 months after that. Both times, Simon was hospitalised, even placed into a coma for 16 days as parts of his bowel were removed. Around the time of Simon's 3rd hospital visit, prosecutors revealed an article on rat poison was accessed by one of Erin's devices. A month before the laced beef Wellington lunch, Simon claims he declined another lunch invite from Erin. He was already suspicious she was trying to kill him.
I thought she would poison me if I attended.
On the day of the lunch, this never-before-seen security vision captures Erin attending the same tip she dumped the dehydrator at days later. The jury was never told about this first trip because it couldn't be proven what she went to dump. Detectives also sifted through scores of digital files and they found this one on one of Erin's devices. Common homicidal poisons listing toxins like antifreeze, arsenic and cyanide. Erin also made Google searches for the word poison and hemlock, a highly poisonous flowering plant. Whatever it was that drove Erin Patterson to kill her estranged husband's family is something that is baffling the world. The killer in the kitchen may never tell us the answer.
And it is the one question everyone wants answered, isn't it? Why did she do it? Erin Patterson is still to be sentenced for her crimes.
Before we begin tonight, we'd like to take a moment to remember Don and Gail Patterson and
Tonight, love and death in the goldfields.
3 people go somewhere and 1 person comes back, then the hairs on the back of my neck go up.
1 murdered, 1 missing.
Where's Mum? Where is she?
And only 1 survivor.
He was the last person to see them alive that we know of.
Back off. Back off or what, Brad? His daughter breaks her silence.
He took her into the bedroom and tied her up.
New evidence in this Outback mystery.
So this is interesting. There's quite a few stains.
A family's last hope.
That should be, oh, never give up, fight.
Hello and welcome to Spotlight. I'm Michael Usher. 10 years ago, a married couple and their friends set out to strike it rich in Western Australia's abandoned goldfields. Somewhere deep in that remote sunburnt country, something terrible happened. It's a mystery that's haunted the state ever since, made more baffling by the fact that only one of them ever came home. Liam Bartlett investigates.
This is Sandstone, a once booming gold rush town of some 8.
Nearly half of Australian adults aged 18 to 49 are on dating apps. And while platforms like Tinder, Bumble and Hinge have made it easier for many to find love, there's also a much darker side to digital dating. Tonight, our global investigation uncovers the sinister secrets these apps don't want you to know. Here's reporter Ashley Mullaney.
There was a time when, believe it or not, this was where we met the love or loves of our lives. How distant that memory seems. Dating apps, for many people, for pretty much all their adult lives, these apps have been seen as the fast track, maybe the only track to romance. Always meet guys like Mark.
And what are you looking for in a woman?
What am I looking for? A female version of me?
So humble. And what makes you a good catch?
Oh, just look at me.
Or women like Hannah.
That was the best date that I've ever been on in my whole life. So I'm going on another date. It kind of looks like my brother.
On to the next. Over the last few decades, they've eclipsed every other form of dating. 350 million of us are now swiping right for romance. The two most popular sites, Tinder and Hinge, both owned by the Match Group, have more than 100 million users across 197 countries. Bumble, their nearest competitor, has 60 million users.
You sort of look at the growth of how people are meeting now. It's extraordinary how many relationships are forming online. I think most people would have been to a Tinder or a Hinge or a Grindr wedding or several.
Just as their growth has been phenomenal, so has their values skyrocketed.
I knew from the very beginning we were onto something.
Fran Meyer co-founded Match.com, the world's first dating app, in 1995.
We really focused on attracting women. So we only had 5 questions. And the 5 questions had a lot to do with how you looked.
When Match.com launched, Fran could never have predicted how valuable her idea would become.
In 1998, it was sold. And this is embarrassing to me. It was sold for less than $8 million.
The Match Group is now valued at $8 billion. Now it seems our honeymoon with dating apps is over.
How would you describe your experience on dating apps in one word?
In one word, hopeful.
And tragic. Can I say 2?
I'm going on 50 first dates. Here's date 1.
Sydney-sider Hannah Zaslowski, 32, has fallen out of love with her dating apps.
Yeah, no, not for me. The conversation is just not flowing.
She's had successes and failures, but after dozens of dates,
This is the fit.
hasn't found the one. So she's sharing her love life with her 100,000 plus social media followers.
Wish you well.
CrossFitter Mark Elwood has been swiping right for 8 years in vain.
And the rate of success?
Well, I'm still single, so it's very fatiguing at times. I tend to think, well, I'm devoting a lot of time to this, not getting anything out of it. I think it's all right, but it really isn't in a lot of ways.
According to technology analyst Angus Donoghue, the online dating industry is on the rocks.
I think the outlook looks pretty grim, especially for Match Group and both of them, they're guiding to falling success this year.
Share prices are tumbling as more and more users like Hannah turn off.
Why do you refuse to pay?
Well, why pay for something that's not working in the first place? I haven't been successful on the apps. I'm 7 years single.
Like millions of others, Mark too has decided that the price charged by the apps for peeking behind the paywall is an investment with diminishing returns.
Is it expensive?
It can be, yeah. Look, up to about $50 a month. So it's not something that I've done a lot due to the price point. But the way that they work, you don't tend to get a lot of responses after you purchase the subscriptions. There's such a disconnect between what the product is and what the actual outcome is for users. This is not something where you get what you pay for.
Trying everything it can to win back hearts and wallets, the Match Group has been cost-cutting, while divorcing its CEOs at an alarming rate.
They've tried everything under the sun to get more money out of the right users, and it hasn't all just kind of meshed together in the right sort of way. Their strategies seem very tired.
The struggle to streamline finances comes at a dangerous price. The online dating apps have opened the door to real-world predators.
I just told them that we were having to triage rape, which nobody ever wants to do. We were having to triage reports of drugging.
For nearly a decade, Michael Laurie was a content moderator and online security guard for the Match Group. Now, he breaks his silence.
You're in a unique position where you've seen behind the curtain. You've seen how these dating apps operate. With everything you know now, Michael, do you believe they're safe?
No, I don't think they're safe.
I'd always envisioned, being married by the time I was 30 and starting a family. Hadn't quite happened yet for me.
Maddie Lane, now in her early 30s, was 19 when she started using dating apps.
What were you looking for in a man? I don't think I was looking for much. just a good person, a kind person.
But Maddie wouldn't meet a kind person. She would meet Boyd Kramer, who would assault her after they matched on Tinder.
What are you looking for on Tinder exactly?
These are Maddie's text messages with Kramer. She has no record of her Tinder communication.
Honestly, don't know what I want. Just know I don't want to be alone in my apartment anymore. Not willing to commit to anything, but open to see where it goes.
Before they meet up, she makes her position very clear.
I don't jump into bed with people, never have. So if you are looking to hook up, I'd rather be up front. I'm not your girl, and we wouldn't be having sex tonight or when we catch up. So if that's what you're after, I wouldn't want to waste either of our time.
It was deception of the cruelest kind. On that first meeting, Kramer raped Maddie, then tried to crawl out of it.
Can you forgive me? I was very attracted to you. That's not me. I hope you understand. I am sorry, girls.
I said no. I said no to sex the entire night. Even before I got there, I never consented. What you did was wrong.
Unlike many victims who were too traumatized or ashamed to go to police, Maddie did.
The police asked me to reach out to Tinder and ask them for the transcripts of our conversation, so I reached out to them as well.
But Tinder said they'd all been deleted. Were you surprised by that response?
I would say disappointed. Disappointed by the response. I mean, that's how I found this person. The person who had done this horrible crime to me was through their eyes.
Maddie's text messages were used as evidence against Kramer. And despite the lack of help from Tinder, he was convicted of raping her, but never served a custodial sentence.
Cases never stop. People never stop using dating sites. Abusers never stop.
According to industry whistleblower Michael Laurie, there's a very predictable reason why the dating apps have let online security standards slip: money.
I don't think someone's safety should come at the cost of making money from an app.
Up next, the dangerous price of love.
What words come to mind when you think about some of the content that you saw on the dating app?
Disturbing.
And Maddie meets Mr. Right.
He listened, he empathized, and it didn't change how he looked at me.
To cut costs, nearly all the popular dating apps outsource some of their frontline safety teams to companies in developing countries like Honduras, Guatemala, Brazil, the Philippines, and India.
The problem is, the front line is always the people who see the complaints. Once you've outsourced to places like that, you're reliant on that front line team to be reporting things.
What words come to mind when you think about some of the content that you saw on the dating app?
Disturbing. There's a lot of child abuse and child pornography there.
Maria was paid just $30 a day in Honduras to be on that front line of user safety for a major dating app.
One of the most disturbing cases that I had to, let's just say, investigate. It was a group of men who were planning to rape kids.
Did you feel like you wanted to report this to the police?
Yes, but at the same time, I'm in another country. Even though if I reported here, they were not going to do anything.
Are they equipped to be handling these sort of complaints?
No, but it's not going to solve the problem ever, because the problem is just too big, and predators are out there.
And alarmingly, for users like Maddie Lane, convicting criminals like her rapist Boyd Kramer doesn't necessarily mean they won't be back on the same dating apps.
It's not 100% easy to stop somebody coming back onto a site. You can't keep people off want to come back. If they're determined to come back, they'll work out a way of doing it.
Despite the horror Maddie went through, she remained determined to find the kind man she'd always dreamed of.
But I'm stubborn, I guess I would say, so I sort of pushed through it. I did go back online. I was fortunate and I did find a keeper.
In a happy twist of fate, Maddie met Vincent Cusimano on a dating app.
Early on, I think we're still on the Hinge chat at that point, and she said, full disclosure, I went through an assault. I remember being very angry for her after hearing everything she went through.
He listened, he empathized, and it didn't change how he looked at me, so.
After 2 years of dating, on a sunny Sydney afternoon, Vincent popped the question. Maddie will soon marry her kind man.
What are your emotions now, Maddie, around this?
I don't think I'll never not be angry. This happened to me, and you know, I used to be ashamed of it. I mean, I grew from this. I'm not the person I was back then. I'm a lot stronger than I was, and I'll stand up for myself a lot more than I used to.
We invited some of the major dating apps to appear in tonight's episode, but they declined. Their written responses can be found on our website. The link is right there on your screen. I'm Michael Usher. Thanks so much for your company. Good night.
Muss mich konzentrieren.
So Colin was driving along and then suddenly,
just out of the blue, she suddenly said, "Oh, I'm going to turn off here."
this road here.
Yes. So I said, "Well, I'm going to Cobar, so you can just drop me off here. You just continue driving down this road here."
And let's say at this point in time, what do you think?
Well, I'm just thinking, when's he going to stop to let me out? And he just kept on driving. This is another hardest. It's always a show. So it was here in Blackheath. We picked me up hitchhiking one night. You know me back in this point. It's 37 years. The man who picked you up that this is him. This is him. That was definitely a pretty good pick me up, but he wasn't smiling. He wasn't smiling. He never smiled the whole time that I saw it and that I saw him. Never smiled. He was in predatory mode when I saw him.
Ivan Robert Michael Milat, as he was in his killing crime, the most revered predator in Australian criminal history. And, as he is now, terminally ill, his body ravaged by throat and stomach cancer at death's door.
Ivan is a very evil person. I think dying is the best thing he could do for the community.
Milat's death won't come soon enough for many, but the horror he unleashed here in the Belangolo State Forest on 7 young backpackers is a stain that will never be erased from the Australian psyche. Tonight, the evil crimes of Ivan 7 brutal murders. But were there more? For the first time, the backpacker says Milat is likely abducted. Returns to the place where he says he came close to being one of Milat's first victims.
The hammer was there to beat me with it. To murder me with it, that's why the hammer was there.
Inside the divided Milat family, torn by their strange love,
I want the public to understand that he's not the monster they say.
and hate for this serial killer.
Psychopath. Total psychopath. That's it.
And we reveal the unsolved murders, killings that police and many of Milat's other family believe he's behind.
My own view is that you could say there's one definite murder and there are 2 others quite possible.
Former Police Superintendent Clive Small has been intimately involved in some of the biggest investigations in the country. But none more chilling and confronting than Ivan Milat's backpacker murders.
They were the names of the 7 backpackers.
Yes.
What do you feel when you hear this?
Well, I think it's a terrible part of our history. We have to remember it, and that, being blunt, Ivan Milat was a terrible person. Still is. Tell me about the Milat family.
The Milat family is a quite unusual family. Ivan's father was a Croatian. He wasn't here that long before he met his wife. They married a couple of years later. She started almost from the day they were married, having children. I think it was 14 children they had.
Ivan Milat's my brother, my younger brother.
What's it like carrying the Milat name?
Bad.
Boris Milat hasn't spoken publicly since his integrated with him a few years ago because of the anger and sparked within the Milat family.
Definitely did not want me to do this interview.
Much of our conversation has never been broadcast until now. What was life like back then for Ivan and for you? I mean...
It was just out of control. He was out of control. Smart ass running around, out of control. We're going out, getting into trouble with, different guys and girls and things.
You talked before about Ivan having a cruel streak about it. At what age did you first see that?
I'd seen that probably about 12, 14. And I started to see that. I heard about that from his mates. You know, they'd all boast about they'd go out at night and do things. And, you know, with machetes, he cut a dog in half with a machete and all that. Well, he's grown up.
Were you concerned about it?
Oh, I knew he was on a long-way trip. I knew that. It was just a matter of how long. He was going to kill somebody from the age of 10, I'd say. You know, it was built into him. He had a different psyche. He was a psychopath. And it just manifested itself with, you know, I can do anything.
The Malats grew up with knives and guns as part of everyday life. They'd spend afternoons shooting at targets in their parents' market garden.
We all had guns since we were 6 and 7. We used to have to sit mat boxes on the end of the tomato beds, which was about 20 metres away, and knock them over.
In their early teens, Ivan and his brothers were small-time crooks, breaking into homes and stealing. When Ivan was 17, he secretly confessed to Boris that he had shot a taxi driver during a failed attempted robbery. His rifle had misfired and hit the cabbie, Neville Knight, in the spine, leaving the young father paralysed from the waist down.
The bloke straight away knew he had lost everything in his boss man. You know, his legs, feelings. He knew what went through his back. He knew he was...
Ivan had paralysed him.
Ivan paralysed him, yeah.
The lad fled, and soon after, an innocent man was wrongly convicted and served 5 years for the shooting.
He said they're blaming someone else. He said, which is good. But I didn't think it was good. But I didn't want to see him go to jail either. You know, I didn't want to see him either, even though, because at that stage, he really hadn't proved his worth, you know what I mean?
And he was your little brother?
He was my little brother. He hadn't gone on to bigger things.
Malat's bigger crimes would begin soon enough. In 1992 and 1993, the bodies of 5 women and 2 men, all backpackers, were found here in the Vallejo State Forest.
The crime scenes themselves were lit clearly in a very dense forest, as you can see from around here.
He didn't try to hide the bodies?
No, he didn't try. They were in small areas of clear. The bodies were left there on the basis, he believed no one else would see them anyway.
He chose his victims, a certain type of victim. They were between 19 and 22. They were backpackers, the people who could disappear quite easily.
But he was picking up backpackers because they'd have no friends there. There'd be very few people who would have seen them. Being backpackers, they were sort of isolated from other members of the family, and in effect, required protection and less.
British tourists Caroline and and 14 in the chest. Caroline had been shot 10 times in the head. Young Victorian couple Deborah Everest and James Gibson were next. James had been stabbed 8 times. Deborah had been savagely beaten. The last to be found were German couple Anja Habschied and Gabor Neugebauer, not far from the remains of another German backpacker, Simone Schmidl. Anja had been decapitated, and despite an extensive police search, her head has never been found.
Some were shot and stabbed multiple times. One, in fact, was shot around the head, where the offender had walked around the person, shooting them in the head from different angles. Now that shows you how malicious and nasty the murders were. Another one was stabbed in the back multiple times. So there were some that had a mixture of shootings and knifings. There were some similarities, but there were also dissimilarities.
You can understand why Malat chose this place. It's just off the highway, it's isolated, and if you called out for help, no one would hear you. What was the most shocking thing about these murders?
It was the apparent time that was spent committing the murders and spent at the crime scene. Their
this will be dragged out, and the fact that there were a number of deaths also shows that he was becoming more and more committed to the murders and to the way in which they were killed that was being prolonged.
To what end? Why would one do that?
I think it was just the comfort he was getting himself out of carrying out the murders.
Sadistic satisfaction.
Sadistic satisfaction. The more it took, the more that was involved, the more time he spent there, became a greater pleasure.
There was evidence in the Belanglo State Forest that would help police better understand the deranged killer they were chasing. They had a prime suspect. I'm in the Belanglo State Forest, southwest of Sydney, with a man who arrested Ivan Milat for the terrible crimes he committed here. The bodies of 7 backpackers, 5 women and 2 men, were found in the forest in 1992 and 1993. You want to kill someone, this is the kind of place to do, isn't it? It's quite isolated. You can understand why Milat chose this place.
It's a very large forest, it's dense, and the likelihood of finding a body that's dropped or deposited in the denser part of the forest away from the tracks is unlikely.
The key breakthrough that would link Ivan Milat to the bodies in Belanglo came from British backpacker Paul Onions. He was hitchhiking in January 1990 and was picked up by Milat.
Onions became suspicious of Milat's attitude, and they made the excuse to stop the car. This was not far from Belanglo. Paul Onions ran off and was pursued by Milat, who fired a number of shots at him. A car coming up the driveway pulled over and gave Paul Onions get in. The driver had seen him running up the road, waving his hands and yelling. Based on Onions alone, there was enough there to arrest Milat for the attempted murder of Onions, even if, at worst, we couldn't link it to the other backpackers. So it was worth going in.
On May 27, 1994, simultaneous raids were launched on 7 Milat family property.
Ivan's home was like a gold mine.
There was money and camping equipment belonging to the murdered backpackers, along with photos of Ivan and his girlfriend.
And there's a photograph of her on the wall in one of the rooms, wearing a top belonged to one of the murdered backpackers. There was some rope and some plastic ties that had been similar to those used in the abduction and murder of the backpackers. But it always seemed that Ivan had no intention of hiding the equipment.
During the raid, police also found one of the weapons Ivan used to kill the backpackers, a rifle hidden inside a wall. Milat was arrested and taken in for questioning. When was the first time you laid eyes on Ivan Milat?
The first time I actually saw him was on the day of his arrest in 1994. I had seen pictures of him and that before that, because he had been under surveillance for some time.
At that moment, face-to-face, man-to-man, did he look to you like someone capable of carrying out those murders?
He looked as though he was an unusual personality. He believed that he was in control
at all stages,
Even during his arrest.
even during his arrest.
For a 15-week trial, Latt was found guilty and jailed for 7 consecutive life sentences. All for each of the Agati killer. But then, and now, Latt maintains he never killed anyone.
Do you believe Ivan did all those murders alone?
My belief is yes.
If he did act alone, do you think there were people who may have known what he'd done?
Konzentration!
Ivan's mother used to visit him regularly. Not long before she died, she was asked by one of the sons about Ivan, and she told him that Ivan had confessed to the murders to her.
Do you believe that?
Yes.
Why would Ivan have told her?
She had been visiting him at the jail and basically had asked him a number of times about this, but had basically put to him, tell me the truth before I die.
How did it affect her? Yeah.
Well, the part that is interesting is that even after she had been told this and told a member of the family this, she still proclaimed he's innocent.
It says that a lot of them were doesn't it?
It does. Not all of them relaxed, but a number of them.
The Latts are a family deeply divided over Ivan's guilt. On one side, his older brother Boris. How would you describe Ivan?
Psychopath. Total psychopath. That's it. Yeah. Total psychopath.
On the other side, the Latts' nephew, Alistair Shipsey.
He's always been a tower of strength to the family, an inspiration to all of us. He's always been happy, he's good-hearted, he's the first one to help everybody and look after things.
Is he a murderer?
No, not a chance.
Alistair's complete denial of his uncle's crimes is the view held by many in the Latt family. He even claims to have Ivan's blessing to talk to us.
Ivan's given you permission to talk to us.
Yes. Why you? Well, I want to get it out there so the public can see he's been vilified. He's not the monster that they say, because all the media's done in the past, they've portrayed him as a villain.
Who is he?
Ivan's a good soul who's been framed.
Alistair has been one of Ivan's most prolific pen pals. He has piles of letters. Most are Ivan protesting his conviction.
He says, the highest judge in New South Wales Supreme Court Judiciary attempting to cover up a miscarriage of justice.
In a recent letter to his nephew, Ivan Milat scans his name.
My regards to all who love Ivan. Innocent.
Ivan, innocent.
You've been writing letters for a number of years.
Yeah, he was my favourite uncle. I always looked up to him. And I've been writing for him all the way. Hello, Alistair. I continue with further details and observation on the case. A statement of innocence and injustice. On the 27th
in the letters, Ivan claimed he is a victim of a huge conspiracy.
What an incompetent moron the judge was.
The family blames Clive Small for setting Ivan up.
The appeal and review courts cover it up and protect their system by Ivan, innocent, framed by Clive Small.
Do you think Ivan was fished up?
100%.
Muss mich konzentrieren.
The job built on him to the public, but they left 90% of the evidence out. They only told the public what they wanted them to know.
Who's they?
The system, we could say.
So who was involved in this? If Ivan was framed, who did it?
It must be the government, because when the Olympic Board rang up and said, how do we know it's a safe place in Australia with these murders in the forest? Well, all they thought about was billions of dollars and millions of tourists. They couldn't afford to miss out on that.
How much support does Ivan have?
I got thousands of people wanting to have a retrial. There's only one person that has a problem with him in the family, or two. Boris is the main one, but we all know why. Because Ivan had an affair with his wife and been upset about it.
Boris Milat was very upset over Ivan's affair with his wife Marilyn. The 11-year illicit relationship led to the birth of a daughter, Denise. Boris says he came close to shooting his brother over the affair.
I had him in my sights. The gun was fully loaded, and I got it up there and ready to let go. I was ready to let go. I was ready to But every time I went to fire on Mum would walk in front of it. And I thought, this is too dangerous. I'm going to hit one of these people I don't want to hit. I only want to take him out. And that guy was looking at me straight on through that window. He was staring straight at me. And he just kept looking like that. And I got this gun on him. And I thought about it. And I pushed down, went back in the door of my truck.
Louise may be the lad's only child. She's now in her 50s and lives north of Sydney.
Hello.
Hello, Louise.
I'm here, mate. What do you want?
Oh, Louise declined our request for an interview.
I'm just wondering if we could talk to you about your dad.
Not really. I've had my say. I don't know about it. They're going to listen about that or not. I don't know. Anyway, mate, I can't help you with that.
Really, you want them to know?
As far as I'm concerned, he's dead and buried long ago. He's finished. This isn't about I. This is about the truth. It's not about I. The trouble is here, I have relatives that I might sound like I'm vexatious against them, but it's not really. It's just that I find they're a gutless lot because they just will not speak the truth.
It's early morning at Sydney Airport.
Colin, how you doing? Welcome to Australia, mate. Alrighty. Been a while since you've been back?
Yes, 37 years I've been back.
Alex has made the long trip from Newcastle to the UK to relive what he says was a terrifying encounter that happened nearly 40 years ago.
Konzentration!
It's like an old soldier come back to a battlefield there, he almost lost his life.
Colin was last here in 1982. Then he was a 21-year-old backpacker who planned to spend a year travelling and working around Australia.
Why Australia?
Well, it's one of the great romantic destinations, it's just adventure, really.
Colin would go on to have an adventure he would never forget. But it didn't begin the way he planned.
Can't believe you kept the map after all these years.
Yeah, I found it in a cupboard stored away. This is the map I had at the time.
He spent 2 nights in the Blue Mountains west of Sydney before hitchhiking inland.
Which way did you go?
This way here, through Lisco to Bathurst.
He wanted a ride to the town of Cobar near Dubbo, where he'd been told there was work in the mines.
It took me about maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and finally somebody stopped. It was a pickup truck. I got my backpack off and I went to throw it in the tray. And when I did that, a fella said, "No, mate, don't do that. Put it here in the cab. It's a lot safer." And there was nothing else in the back of that truck except one large hammer that was right in the corner of the truck.
So, the first time you see his face, do you describe him?
We had a baseball cap on. He looked mid to late 30s. He had like a thin mustache, a few days growth beard. He had work boots on. The man who picked you up that morning,
Is this him?
that was him with a baseball cap on. That was definitely the big who picked me up. He wasn't smiling. He was shorter than I am. Kind of muscular. He never said hello. He just said, "Put your seatbelt on, man." So I put my seatbelt on. And then he said, he reached over and pointed and he said, "Put that button down." And I looked at him. I was like, "Why would I put the button down? Why would you say that to anybody over 10 years old?" And I looked at him in a quizzical way and he said, "We don't want you to fall out, man." So I wanted to ride.
I thought you'd look the door.
Yeah. So anyway, I did it, and the first thing he said to me was, "How long have you been in Australia?" He said, "How long have you been here?" And I said, "Well, I've only been here 2 days, and I don't know anybody here." And with that, he went into a kind of trance right away. He went into a trance like 3 minutes before, and he wasn't sleeping.
Colin says Milat remained silent until he took a sudden left turn. Apparently,
Colin says the ordeal was so vivid, he remembers the very big suddenly, out of the blue, he said, I was going off here. That's it. I was still around. So it's about 5 But it said, we only did on time until the end of 500 cars before he finally stopped. Clear that it wasn't safe to stop and at the same time looking at the mirror.
So about a half a kilometre down the dirt road, Milat stopped, and Colin went to get out of the car.
By the time I got the car door open, he was stood about where you are right now. He had his hand behind his back with holding the hammer. I knew there was going to be trouble right then because he had no reason to get out of the vehicle. What saved me is some cars came past. As the cars came past, Ivan Milat was looking over his shoulder at them and looking at me at the same time because he was just about to strike. And because he was acting suspiciously, they were looking at both of us. And it gave me an opportunity to give you the window to get out. Just to quickly get out and then pull the seat forward like this. I put my head and shoulders in there to try to get the backpack out, and at the same time he was stood right behind me like that.
So he was standing right here, but he couldn't do anything because the cars
were still coming past, and he wanted to though. He was looking at the cars, looking at me. When I had the backpack, I swung it over my shoulder like this, and he was blocking my path. So I shouldered past him like this, and started walking away. And when I got about 20 foot away, called out to me, "Hey mate!" And I looked back, and he was lounging against the tailgate of his truck, and he said something like, "Have a safe trip," or "Look after yourself, mate." And that was the last time I saw Ivan Milat.
It was many years later when Colin saw a documentary about the backpacker murders that he says he recognized Milat as the man who picked him up hitchhiking that morning. Since then, he's had plenty of time to ponder the what-ifs.
I think with Milat, I think he saw backpackers in his primitive kind of hillbilly world. Backpackers were a form of exotic wildlife that migrated through his territory, and he could just go out and kill them for fun. That's the way I see Milat. He saw backpackers as like stray dogs that could be picked off the street, taken into the bush and used for target practice, killed for sport, so to speak. That was his primitive kind of worldview.
Backpacker Colin Powers claims that in January 1982, he was picked up hitchhiking in the Blue Mountains by a man he's identified as Ivan Milat. He says Milat came at him with a hammer, but a passing car gave him the opportunity to escape.
And I thought it was robbery. I thought it was attempted robbery. That's what I was sure of.
Did you go to the police?
No, because there was nothing to report. He never laid a hand on me. He never robbed me. He didn't run away with my backpack.
Colin Powers never reported his terrifying ordeal to police, but he's adamant that the man he encountered that day was Ivan Milat. And his story does bear remarkable similarities to a murder that would take place in the same region 5 years later. The victim was also a hitchhiker, 18-year-old Peter Letcher, who disappeared while trying to get a ride from Sydney to Bathurst. His body was found in a state forest, not far from where Colin Powers says he'd also been hitchhiking. Peter Letcher had been shot 5 times.
There were a number of similarities in that murder with the backpackers. Probably one of the most significant was the fact that he was both stabbed and shot. And the bullets that were found there, some spent shells, appeared to have been fired by the same type of weapon that was used in the backpacker murders, and the bullets themselves appeared to be the same type.
All the signature signs of
Ivan Milat. And Milat was working in that area at the time.
And it's not the only unsolved murder Ivan is likely to have committed during his long reign of terror. Clive Small suspects he is responsible for 2 other cold cases.
There are a couple of victims I believe Ivan had in addition to the backpackers whose bodies were found in the forest here.
The first is 20-year-old Karen Rowland, last seen in the Canberra area in February 1971.
She was last seen hitchhiking. The position of her body in some bush just off the road was not dissimilar to the victims here. And there was another woman who was seen, was last known to hitchhike, and her body was found some years later, and she'd been stabbed to death, and again was in the bush and was not dissimilar.
That woman was 30-year-old Diane Pelliccio, who was last seen in 1991 in the town of Bungendore on the outskirts of Canberra. Just like the backpacker murders, both Karen and Diane's remains were found in state forest. They both appeared to be sexually assaulted, and the discovery of beer bottles at their crime scenes was a sign the killer took his time.
It was very statistic, and you got the impression that this was all about giving Ivan pleasure.
And prolonging the deaths.
And prolonging the deaths, that gave him pleasure.
So you believe there's more than just this simple?
I believe there's more than just simple.
Strongly disagrees. He said his brother's body count will go. You said you believe his victim count is at least double what they think it is.
I definitely think it is. I think it is at least double. At least. Well, if it's not double, but in my mind, it'd have to be. I mean, say he's doing it in one place. He was also living in other places. Surely. There's suspects all over the place. Suspects up there in Newcastle, Belmont. You know, he was working there.
Ivan Milat has spent the past 25 years behind bars, most of it at Goulburn Supermax prison. He's maintained his innocence the whole time, except for one moment when he appeared to let his guard down.
When I saw him in 2005 at Goulburn Jail, and he accused me of suggesting one of his sisters was involved in the murders, and I never suggested she was involved because I know you did them by yourself. His response was, yes. So why are you saying she's involved? It wasn't until he said it that the expression on his face was one of shock, where he thought, I almost made an admission here. Or I have made an admission. But from my point of view, it was an admission. And quite frankly, the way he said it and expressed it aggressively, it was a accurate admission.
That little moment between you and Ivan Milat is probably the closest we'll ever get to an admission, to a confession. Is that good enough for you?
Well, it's better than nothing.
Under any clean scar, Ivan Milat left the Goulburn Supermax jail last month to undergo tests. As the police do. His remaining days. How's his health at the moment?
It's not good. He will die eventually, and he'll be out of pain. It'll all be over.
Is he in pain at the moment?
I guess you would be with.
What's he got?
He's got a tube in his throat and one in his stomach.
When Ivan dies, does he have any requests?
No.
For his funeral or any last words? No.
If anything, I'd rather have him cremated so we can put his ashes in a nice place.
Where would you put them?
Well, maybe in the Blue Mountains. A nice place.
His brother was put in an unmarked grave and forgotten about. I hope he passed on. You're saying that it's a good life, even when your brother dies.
I think his demise would be greatly appreciated by me for the damage he's done, not to me, to all those people out there. And he's done a lot. I mean to say, it's nothing you can be proud of. Just a freak psychopath. That's it.
Which brings us back to the psychopath's killing ground, here in the Valentino State Forest. The man responsible for locking up the most terrifying serial killer of our time has a final message.
Ivan Milat, this is your last chance. If you had one shred of decency in you, you would admit to the murders and other crimes you've committed before you go. You would give some comfort or some satisfaction to the families of the victims who you have killed. Now is the time to admit to everything. Ivan, this is your last chance.
Vorsichtig! Konzentration.
Aber natürlich.
kommst du nicht, Scharfschütze. Vorsichtig!
Wo sind all die Ziele hin?
you.